to give you. My God.
Okay. So nitawapa fursa ili kwa ufupi wajitambulishe. Tutaanza nawe.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much. My name is Boniface Mwema Harrison, and firstly, I'm very grateful to be a part of this panel, and much gratitude to CRECO. This day is very important for us as fellows, finally meeting for the first time, and for the support that they gave us during the the fellowship, the mentorship. At some point, some of us were struggling with writing proposals, and Joshua was in handy. My background is in social development. I studied social work and community development in school. And I'm also the founder and executive director of an organization called Moyam Action Posts, where we inspire action on social issues through empowering people with knowledge. And we are big on misinformation and disinformation campaigns and civic engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Boniface. Nicholas?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nicholas Mungai Wanjiku. That's my third name. I'm a fourth-year student in USIU pursuing journalism. And I'm one person who's very passionate about democracy, about fact-checking, and also about making sure that society is not led by misinformation and disinformation. And I believe that CRECO is doing the right work by making sure that they scout the right people to make sure this venture is successful. Thank you for having me.
Nicholas, and some of you are wondering why I'm putting Madam Esther at the last. You know, the last will be the first. And ladies first, yeah? So let's have her. Because, by the way, the law always comes when you break it. Let her say something.
Hamjambo mabibi na mabwana. Jina langu ni Esther Kago. Mimi ni mshauri wa mahakama kuu ya Kenya. Kiswahili naishia hapo. But to CRECO for the invitation.
Boniface, let me start with you. We might be up, but we might not understand what. Thank you. Ubarikiwe shetani ashangae. We might all be here, but we don't know the real meaning of malinformation, misinformation, disinformation. Kindly, briefly, tell us what all these terms mean.
Great. Thank you very much. It's always important to define terms in simple language. And these words, misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, are very common. And sometimes they might just be used as buzzwords. But essentially, misinformation means information that is untrue, but it is spread unintentionally. So misinformation, for example, is where you find a post on X and you didn't know that it is not true, but you post it thinking that it is true. So you end up spreading false information without really knowing that it was false. Disinformation, on the other hand, is when people deliberately spread false information. So some people sit down somewhere, and this is very common, especially for people who want to drive propaganda. So they sit down somewhere, they craft a narrative and even figures, and they spread that information deliberately, knowing that they are spreading false information. And oftentimes it is through disinformation that we have misinformation, where people who have choreographed that information share it to the public because it is sensational, then we are all vulnerable to it because we think it is the right information. Malinformation, on the final hand, is information that is true, but it has been drawn out of context. For example, in the recent interview by the president when he was speaking to Kikuyu radio stations, he quoted what Kibaki said, that wewe ngoja siku utakuwa rais, utafanya ile mambo unataka kufanya. But many people, I know, they believe that the president did not quote. So sometimes some snippets of information can be cut. They are true, but they will make full sense when they are in full context. So malinformation is true information, but it has been drawn out of context. So that is what I would say about those three terms. I believe they have been very well understood. Thank you.
You're a genius. On that same standpoint, what precisely does the term fact and fake mean, Esther?
It's interesting because we are having this conversation with someone I met outside, I forget his name, and we were going back and forth deciding what is true, what is not true. And I was telling him, to me, a fact is what we perceive to be true with maybe our five senses. We saw, we smelt it, we felt it, and we even perceived it to be true. But now going to the extent of, do you have another source that can verify what you think is true? That is what I would call a fact. And something that is fake, it's the opposite. Something that is not true,
Nick, you recently won an essay competition. Not recently, it's today, right? What did you find most alarming about the info disorders that affect peers, the Gen Zs in this situation, especially in political participation? What is it alarming that affects us?
I believe one of the main things that affects the youths mostly is lack of having a fact checker tool. Because in the recent past, we've had the Reject Finance Bill protest that happened June in 2024. And social media was the main tool that was used by the youths to communicate through TikTok, through WhatsApp, through Instagram, through Facebook, right? And you've realized that there was this emergence of deep fakes, doctored photos of politicians and even events that weren't really true because someone decided to be malicious in between. Someone decided they'll take advantage of this protest and push their own agenda. And I believe that's one major thing because as youth, we have a lot of information overload. We are now being bombarded by information back and forth from social media, from our own social media platforms, especially on WhatsApp. I'm sure many of us have heard our parents sharing a long text of share with 10 people, and if you don't, something bad will happen to you. I'm sure you've heard that, right? And we've never taken time to actually ask ourselves, is this really factual? Is this really true? And this, in the end, has ended up bringing up the issue of many people being misinformed of many, many issues. And also in the part of COVID-19, if you remember, there was a lot of misinformation going around. And that was very, very sad because now society ends up believing it. Yeah. Because a majority of people do not have that access to fact-checking. Yeah.
I love your accent. You remind me of Madam John. You have like a South African accent. I really love it. Mr. Ocheng will agree with me that not these things are not mostly taught in class, and these platforms are good in helping us understand them. So could you briefly define for us what digital democracy is, what it is, and how can we protect it here in our country and even worldwide? What digital democracy is and how we can protect it.
So digital democracy is more of using social platforms, using the internet to advocate for policies to make sure that there's public participation through digital platforms. And Kenya is now trying to leap into that ladder, slowly by slowly. And I believe we are moving towards the right direction with digital democracy. And the main problem is that as Kenyans, we now fail to embrace these things as quick as possible because the world is fast moving and the information is fast moving as well. So we end up now dragging ourselves backwards because of people who do not want to adapt to technology immediately, especially a majority of baby boomers and Gen technology. back and hold on to the old technology. But with digital democracy, we have things like iVote, Brazil. There's also Estonia, which decided to do
I believe our communications people will do that on our Facebook, Instagram, and social media platforms. Esther, on that same legal standpoint, does the Constitution protect fundamental rights not to miss and disinform? Does the Constitution protect these fundamental rights?
Yes, our Constitution really right to access information, and the information needs to be true, and information that is not. The same information that gives freedom of the press has also got all this, the matter of public. You find that the Cyber Crimes Act, it lists different offenses like publishing false information, using technology to fabricate information that is not true. So you find that the laws really, they are quite, they are trying a bit in as much as they are reactive rather than proactive, but there's that availability.
Thank you. Boniface, what role does social media play in spreading counterfeit, fake, false content? What role does it play? Because imekuja na pressure, imekuja na kamsukumo fulani hivi. Traditional media doesn't see that play in spreading this counterfeit and fake information.
Oh, okay. Most of disinformation today and misinformation is spread through social media platforms, especially where most of the young people are. And this is because fake information, actually, I think, and if there are people in linguistics here can correct me, all this we are calling misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation is what is called fake news. All of it, entirely. And so fake information tends to be very sensational. It tends to drive a lot of emotion among people. It tends to attract a lot of clicks and responses. And social media algorithms have the tendency of pushing content that is attracting reactions. So you find that a fake post will attract more engagements than a factual post. And what happens is that when these algorithms promote fake information, they end up covering the factual information, which is supposed to have been known more to the people. Also, social media platforms like the platforms under Meta, Facebook and Instagram, have recently removed the regulation for fact-checking. Yeah? And I think that was a drawback from the kind of progress that we have made globally in terms of that when you post information on Facebook that was not true, they could take action. Platforms like YouTube, those have tools that look at information and regulate it. Also, the current trend on Twitter, which I saw readers added context. I think sometimes that tool does not help to find the truth. It helps promote the comments of the people. For example, a politician posts a vehicle, and then all the comments down there are saying that this vehicle has been bought out of corruption money. Then Twitter's tool for readers added context says that now people are saying that this, it's like the social media platform is fueling that those uninformed opinions that people have. The other thing about fake information is that it is sometimes very sweet. There is a certain channel that has been sharing fake information for the last or something. It's more prominent on Facebook and TikTok. Where, and it became more prominent during the disagreement between the former CS for public service and the executive, where they could write some statements purporting that it is the CS who said that to the president. But because, so, I don't know why, sometimes people know very well that this information is not true, but it is sweet. They want, okay, he did say that, but we would have wanted him to say that. So let us post it because it relates, it feeds to our perspectives. That is what we want to hear. Okay?
Yeah.
So those are some of the aspects that social media is really promoting fake information and giving it more prominence than, and that is what they prioritize because after all they're in business. What attracts a lot of traffic to their platforms is what they'll promote, and then they put advertisements down there below so they can continue making money from the people who are paying for ads.
Thank you. You have mentioned that sweet things are sometimes dangerous, but not all. Not all. Not all.
I've mentioned dangerous things.
No, sweet things sometimes are dangerous.
Oh, I thought I mentioned dangerous things. I start taking precaution.
And Gen Zs najua kuna wale mmekula dust, right? Sijasema wote, nimesema tu kuna wale dust. So when dust comes, inafunika kitu kizuri, right? So misinformation and disinformation inafunika ukweli wa mambo, and that is what you always see. Najua hiyo kukula dust inaweza kuwa out of context, but it's not fake news. Watu wamekula dust. Yeah. So Boniface, what can be done to protect youth from information disorders, while at the same time empowering them to get involved in governance issues? What can be done to protect them from these disorders?
Yeah, really. Fake news is hindering youth participation in democratic processes because I would allude to something that Duncan mentioned here, that sometimes fake information makes you live in a certain world of your own where you think things are happening in a certain way and yet they're different. And so there is an urgent need to ensure that we make the digital space safe and a conducive environment where especially young people can engage meaningfully for civic and democratic processes.
Yeah.
And some of these efforts include what you've been doing with Greco, awareness creation programs, trainings, and capacity building programs. I can tell you from the project that we did with Greco today, when we are having even chats with people who participated in that workshop, every time we see information, we ask ourselves first, is this information true? So we have created a certain kind of impact where people are curious because they have been taken through a program that supports them to be curious. There's a time when Karl Marx found himself in a lot of problems in Germany when he was encouraging people to ask questions. Yeah, and you know, ordinarily people do not like people who ask questions. Or sometimes people, actually the people in my network who participated in that workshop, when they post something, like recently people posted that BBC journalists were arrested. And then a few hours later, Boniface Mwangi came and said, no, these guys, I work with them. They are not from BBC. But people had posted everywhere. So I could visit my network's status that, hey, is this true? Then they tell me, they start by laughing and telling me, you know, I know you are a person of misinformation and disinformation. Let me confirm. They check and they find that that information is not true. It's been counter-informed. So that is number one, programs such as that. And I would like to thank and appreciate partners and sponsors of these programs and encourage them to support us more, to do more of this because it's working. The other thing is, there has been a conversation with the government of Kenya, and the PS was here, about having a certain kind of accountability from these platforms. Yeah, because surely we are told that the TikTok that we see in Kenya is not the TikTok that is in China. And sometimes Africa has been like a disposal place where people create all manner of funny things and they dispose them in Africa and let us become crazy and do whatever we want to do. We want some kind of responsibility from these platforms. Like we were having a conversation about AI with a friend of mine who we have never met, but we are fellows, but we have been chatting a lot on WhatsApp, about how we should regulate artificial intelligence. For example, these days, Twitter has Grok. Why don't we start thinking about laws that govern artificial intelligence that is being used by these platforms? Because if we do not have regulating, sometimes even the ODPP drops many cases because there's no evidence. Someone files a cyber crimes claim, then the office of Twitter is in the US. Where do you find them? They don't reply to your email. So enforcement cannot be done. So that's number 2. Number 3 is generally creating more awareness, continually fact-checking information that we are sharing, especially, I would still give it to traditional media. Most of media platforms, except some that do not really share a lot of informed information, because we have seen them. We have seen some media houses sharing fake information, for real. So, but there are still media houses that are held to serious fact-checking, although they may not trend, although they may not be the first people to share the information. That is a good thing, because anytime I see information online, even when I saw that the former ambassador of US was departing, everyone was posting. They was wondering, where is this coming from? So I went and checked at the US embassy handle. There was no posts. I checked on other media houses and said, okay, let me wait. Then they posted, and then I believed it. I've become Thomas, and I've been thinking, was Thomas really a sinful man for doubting that Christ was Christ? Did he commit a sin? It was not a sin. Jesus actually cooperated and told him, no, don't worry, I'm the one. And life continued. And I think that is the kind of curiosity that we need to develop. So, finally, there is a need to cultivate the culture of curiosity and asking questions. And that is what I encourage fellow young people all the time. So someone tells me, this and this happened. So, where did you find that information from? Tell me, someone posted. No, where did you find it? Let us have that conversation that is very tough sometimes. I may not be one of the best people to break news. I take some time to check news if they are really true. Because when you share fake news and you are a person of influence, you have some connections, you really lose trust. And even your impact is limited. I remember there's a time when a PS posted a deep fake video. Then I watched the video and I was like, okay, this is very good progress for our country. Then a few hours later, he deleted it and said that he did not know. So, okay, that's fine. You didn't know. But even to date, I'm struggling to believe him. I'm struggling. I know he is doing good, but when I remember that video, I'm like, if you're in that level and you can be vulnerable to fake information, how much more could you have lied and we didn't know? Those are the kind of curiosity questions that hit the young people, and that is where people start losing trust with institutions. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Paul, it may take some time.
Nasema you better be a doubting Thomas than be unintentionally Judas Iscariot. Let me come back to you, Esther. How can key implementers of the law and regulators protect the freedom of expression and at the same time protecting us from mis and disinformation? That I'm talking about legislators and regulators like now you people, lawyers and all that. How can you protect this? The freedom of expression at the same time protecting us from dis and misinformation.
Yes. Regulators, I agree with Boniface, they really need to take a proactive approach in ensuring that they are creating awareness. What is disinformation, misinformation, and also roll out some public campaigns to help individuals and members, citizens of the public to understand what is true information, what is not true, and to help them to be able to cultivate a culture of verifying information. The other thing that they need to do is when they are drafting laws, they really need to consider the public participation. And even when a bill is being sponsored, maybe in Parliament, the sponsor, you really need to draft a bill that is practical. Sometime back, around in 2023, 2024, there's a bill that had been drafted. It was to regulate AI, but it was so far-fetched. It was not capturing all types of AI, machine learning, and all the relevant aspects of that particular topic. The other thing they can do is organizations and even government agencies, they need to come up with policies that are reasonable and policies that can be implemented. Policies AI strategy for 2025 to the risks that come to the harmful use of AI, the risks that come to using AI. AI has been used a lot to doctor a lot of fake videos and audio. Create a culture of the responsible use of AI. But the biggest thing I feel the government needs to do is to draft laws. You can have all these good-looking policies, but if you don't have the adequate resources to implement, then that would, the core mandate of, or the core objective of the regulations and the policies that we put in place, then it won't be achieved. Yes.
Thank you. By the way, if you have any question, keep sending them. You can just write them somewhere and then pass them and they will come to me. But as we continue, almost finalizing, let me come back to you, Nick Laz. How is digital democracy building humanity? Utu. Uko wapi utu mtaani? Ukutu. How is digital democracy building it?
Digital democracy is actually building Utu, as you've said, through civic education. Because I believe we are now the holders of information, as millennials, as Gen Z. Because in as much as the older generation now is now moving away from the new technology, we are now the embracers of new technology. And it is our mandate as the young generation to be able to know what is true and what is false. And through civic education, I was very happy during that Reject Finance Bill moment where people took their time to actually translate the finance bill to their local languages through making sure that they post TikTok videos, post X posts where they'll be able to educate people about these bills. Because there are so many people who are not that conversant with English. And that's a fact, right? And today, that's not our first language. Our first language is our mother tongue. And if through social media platforms, through public participation, we'll be able to at least encompass everyone into all this, because it is a movement. And this movement won't wait for anyone. It will continue to move. In as much as many want to lag behind, it will continue to move. And in another aspect, I want to add also, we might want to blame traditional media for being compromised by the government so many times. But I've realized these people are quite smart. The people in power right now currently will also use people on social media platforms, especially influential people. And just to name one person who was actually part of it, a guy called Osama Otero, who actually hosted a next space with the president. And people are very furious because they realized, oh, so everyone has a price tag at the end of the day. Because in as much as we would want to say that we can't be compromised, these people know where to tick. They know where to touch you so that you can be able to be compromised. Someone will actually DM you and tell you, hey, please drop this post, do my thing, I need this money. So we end up now being compromised in that aspect as a way to be able to disperse use. And right now, currently, there's this almost every social media platform, and people are pushing their own candidates. And you can actually see the divide and conquer aspect. They're going for tags with them. So if you're not very careful with whatever you're tweeting, whatever you're posting, whatever, and that will hold a very, very bad implication to society. Because in as much as we want to deny it, I believe the next war might actually be sparked through social media if you're not careful. Yeah.
Mnasikia? Yeah? Getting that? So Esther, are there policies, standards, regulations, sanctions that that are already in place here in Kenya to deploy and combat falsified information, falsified content?
Yes, there's a lot of regulation. Start with that. It gives the freedom of expression, but it does not give us the freedom to propagate false information. The same Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act, it prohibits individuals from falsifying information, from using technology to falsify information. It even gives some of the offenses that come as a result of spreading false information, such as cyber harassment. We also have some policies. The Ministry of ICT, and in collaboration with the Ministry of, I can't remember the other ministry, but they were working on a national communication policy. And the point of the policy was to help government agencies and ministries to be able to communicate effectively, to give, to help state officers and members of the government to stop publishing information that is not true, or to help them in the event of a crisis, they can be able to come up with maybe communication to the public.
Now, are there, or is it necessary for those sanctions to be reviewed so that we can checkmate the excesses by producers who are distributing this false information?
Yes, we really need to keep on reviewing. I would say constantly, because the rate at which false information is published, the rate of having fake information is growing, and it's a constant factor. The technology that is being used is improving and is being developed day in, day out. So we need to review these laws, all these policies, on a very frequent basis, to be able to checkmate the concerns or the effects of false information.
Now, thank you, Esther. Boniface, you've heard from Esther and Nicholas. Now, in seconds of counting, or counting of seconds, I don't know, do they all work? What is your call in action to youth and institutions in Kenya?
To youth and institutions in Kenya, first thing, let's be curious about any information that we see online. Let's question information. Let us also develop some kind of knowledge to understand labels, how a certain media house's emblem looks like, how certain information can be packaged. That is very important information. Secondly, to support curiosity, let us have more trainings and capacity building programs that will equip young people with skills, knowledge, and the resources to fact-check information and to continue growing their curiosity. Third, I think we need to have policy regulations that are enforceable by our institutions of governance, because again, the purpose of law is to regulate behavior. And finally, is what you alluded to, Utu. I think it's very important to uphold human dignity values when we are engaging online. Sometimes even without knowledge about fake information, let us have humanness when you're engaging online. Yeah? When, for example, people are taking a photo of a lady and asking AI to undress that lady, is that human dignity? Are you being a human? Okay? So that's, and this is a moral question. It's very foundational and sometimes spiritual even. How do you have respect to fellow human beings? I think sometimes I believe that social media doesn't bring anything new. It just amplifies who we are. Yeah, because when you're hiding behind a pseudo, when you know someone can't access you, you choose to shame a person's mother, to shame a person's father. That's wrong. Let us also strengthen our moral fabric and have that consciousness. Let's not lose our conscience because we feel that we are distant. No. Many times, social media platforms have denied people opportunities. There are tools today that we just feed your social media platforms and they will tell us who you are. Everything you've ever posted. And so it's important for us to be very careful and be decent human beings for a better society. And as a finish, finally, it is still a good space.
You look like a pastor.
It's not all it's not all gloom, by the way. Social media platforms are still very good because it is courtesy of social media platforms that I was able to join this program by Greco, and consequently that is why I'm here today. So social media platforms are still a good place. Let's continue leveraging them for social good, for progress, for personal branding, for growth. Thank you very much.
Oh my. Someone says that, you know him. Ni yamekuwa mazungumzo mazuri, watu nasema rojo rojo, sotojo sotojo kama mchuzi wa kuku uliochanganywa na kiazi. Now this is a time that I want to get questions, comments from you. Questions. We will pass one microphone to you. Feel free.
Hi.
You're in a free world.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Daisy Paris. I'm from Daystar University, but also a proud member of being a part of the Digital Democracy Fellow under CRICO. So your points have been very important and very effective. I'd like to personalize it. So I was part of a group 5 with Lucas and Paul. The rest are not here. And we focused on, our campaign was to Danganyike campaign. And our target audience was Kibera, marginalized communities. So my question is, how can we combat misinformation effectively in marginalized communities? Because as much as these are tools, we have fact-checking tools, people in marginalized communities are not aware of these tools. Let me give an example. I remember in one of our webinars, we had a keynote speaker and he represented a video that portrayed like the President Donald Trump's inauguration, and the former Deputy President of Kenya, Rigathi Gachagua, was a part of it, but it wasn't actually true. But you could even hear from the voiceovers, they sound like them, and it had over 100,000 views, and I was just shocked because I was like, these are over 100,000 people who believe that this inauguration happened with the former Deputy President of Kenya interacting with the current President of USA. So yes, I feel like it's very important for us to discuss this and for us to also figure out ways to raise awareness on misinformation and disinformation to marginalized communities. So yes, how do you think we can combat these issues in these communities? Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. I can take another question as...
Thank you. My name is Jane Maina from Kisii University. 2 questions. One, you have just said that the Twitter or the X we have from our end is not the same as that in China. So my question was, or whatever, the tools we are using this way is not on the other end. And my question is, how can we as African, as Kenyans, rise up to have what can speak about us in the way we want it spoken? Number 2 was the issue of the government silence. We find that in the digital space, a lot of people are commenting negatively or whatever about the government, and their response is silence. And that silence is making most of us believe, and that's why maybe the hashtags are pushing to those. We are pushing because when they keep quiet, silence means like you're consenting. So, and no wonder the young people are even pushing it more and more until now you find themselves in trouble. Can the government do something also? Can they be active also on social media? Can they be there with the young people?
Thank you. I think Esther will answer the first question, and then Boniface, you will tackle the question from Madam Jane.
Yes, I can start by reading some statistics from a report by GSMA and also Data Reporter. So in Kenya, 46.9% of Kenya, those who are above 18 years, everyone who is above 18 years, 46.9% are active on social media. Then we also have a registration of 68.8 million cellular mobile connections. And out of these 68.8 million cellular mobile connections, we have 94.7% of those mobile cellular connections can connect to the internet via 3G, 4G, or 5G networks. Then we have 15.1 million active social media users, and this quantifies to 26.5% of Kenya's total population. So out of the different social media platforms that we have, YouTube, Facebook, IG, Snapchat, TikTok, LinkedIn, and X, Facebook and TikTok have 15.1 million users. YouTube has 11.10. IG and X have 3.5 and 2.3. So to answer your question, we can be creative in the way we educate against misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. We can use the resources that we have. Instead of waiting for big campaigns, we can go direct to the communities. If you remember those who can remember during Moi's time, there used to be a lot of propaganda. Moi has planted people in the classrooms. Akona watu tu mahali. You'd find watu wanashikwa. There was a lot of propaganda about the government back then, and it's because there was not the availability of the internet. Right now, we'll just go on to X. During the Mandamano season, there was a lot of spaces and a lot of webinars that were ongoing on X. So I feel we have the advantage of the internet. The cost of accessing internet has greatly reduced. There's a time internet was costing around 3,000, you would get maybe 200 MBs. Compared to right now, you just need 10 bob. You get 1 GB, or 20 bob to get 1 GB for that particular day. We can also be creative. A lot of the marginalized communities, they are marginalized in the sense that they do not have access to infrastructure, but there is the advantage that they have the access to internet. I don't know if you remember during COVID season, can't remember the name of the group of kids that used to dance a lot, and they were going viral. We were all seeing them. We did not have access to them, but we were able to see what they are doing. So we can be able to use the resources that we have. We can maximize on the use of internet to create awareness. Right now, it's so easy. If I want to create a video to teach people about misinformation or disinformation, I'll just go to maybe a large language model or an AI site that creates videos. I'll just type in the text, a video will be generated. I'll go upload it on my TikTok account and maybe use a hashtag that is trending for that particular day. So I think it's something that can be done.
Boniface.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Jane Maina, for the question. And I was alluding to TikTok. That's what I've heard a lot, that it's different elsewhere, where elsewhere people are being trained about innovations, technology. The content that is on their For You page is different. And I think there have been efforts by local innovators to come up with platforms that embody African values and that are African originated, but they have not been successful. We don't yet have a significant social media platform from Africa. And my encouragement is that I think so far we have acquired considerably adequate education and skills that we can use to come up with innovations that can favor our continent. And this is because when you go to offices like in Meta has an office in Nairobi, you'll find Kenyans working there. You'll go to offices of big social media platforms, you find Kenyans working there and people from other countries in Africa. But why do we underrate our capacity? Another challenge that we have with our tech innovators is that there is the business aspect of innovation. So there are some very fantastic guys who have come up with innovations, they have apps, they have platforms, but they are keeping them to themselves. They're not out there. There is little business, because after all these platforms are in business. Yeah. The other aspect is funding. It's very important, because even as we all talk about marketing the platforms, marketing these innovations is actually one of the biggest challenge. You have an app, you have an innovation, but you don't have enough funding to put it to the market. The other thing is, sometimes, let us level up a lot. Because, for example, I'll give you an example of this controversial guy called Andrew Kibe. I think most of you know him. He was coming up with an innovation called, an app called the Africa. And at some point, I actually clicked on this is how much I support African innovations. I signed up for that thing. I signed up, but I was looking at it and the layout is a bit slow. And then, why don't we have efficiency? Yeah? If we are coming up with African tech innovations, we need to have efficiency. Because surely, sometimes we now move from Africanness and Westernness to efficiency. Is this thing really working? Okay? So those are some of the challenges that I think we can share with our fellows who are in tech innovations to ensure that we come up with competitive innovations and we become very vigorous about them, and our institutions, our partners who can fund, the supporters, to push them, because we have that capacity. Because that is how we are able to tell our own stories. That's how we are able to even, just imagine knowing that the owner of the platform that you use lives just nearby. The way people wake up knowing where Elon Musk lives. They know Elon Musk is just there, so you're using X. If you want to pass by, you pass by X. You go and you're using it. That's the kind of life we should be having. But I believe we can get there, but let us be more energetic and enthusiastic about what we do. Government silence. I think in the previous consultative forums that we have had with Greco, there has been a lot of applause about government being a bit more in the light in the recent days, because you have seen, we have had many government employees and they have engaged. Actually, it's a good progress that the government is now engaging civil society. I think in the past the narrative was that one is against the other, but I think that is slowly changing, and the engagement is becoming mutual meaningful about development. But I think when it comes to social media platforms, there is silence, because sometimes I think some of the government officials that we have engaged with are quite knowledgeable, they are quite experienced in what they do, but there's a level of government which is having a challenge. And I think a lot needs to be done there. Because sometimes you listen to certain CASs, what they're saying about something like SHA, you get surprised. And they're being asked questions. So these are things, and you remember the president even raised an issue with him knowing more than some of people. So that is a challenge, actually, and it does more damage when they speak. Now, there is a crisis, but now it is even worse when some of them speak. So I think maybe they might need, I would recommend for maybe some public speaking coaching, or maybe being more hands-on about what happens in their ministries. Just being informed and understanding how to relate with public, or basically public relations. Because when, rightly as you have put it, when information is not countered, it becomes the truth. So my encouragement would be that, well, sometimes silence, there's times when a professor told me, it's better to go for a meeting when you are decently dressed and you don't speak. People will think that if this guy spoke, he could have said something important. But when you go somewhere, you are indecently dressed and you speak something that people don't relate with, it doesn't do you good. So I think my encouragement is more engagement from the government, but good, meaningful engagement. Si kukuja tena unaharibu. Yeah.
The man and the lady have spoken. Imependeza sio? Na I know that with this we will go far. So thank you so much, Boniface. Thank you so much, Esther. Thank you so much, Nicholas. There's one last question. It's very burning. I can see the hand. And be brief, because we are running out of time. So just take that one question. For other questions,
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
So my question is to the advocate of the law court. We have the cybercrime laws, that is the Computer Misuse Act and the Data Protection Act, that is mostly protecting the consumers. So I'm looking at an angle where when we are discussing the issue of silencing, we have cases that governments have been able to shut down the internet, government have been able to shut down social media platform. In Kenya, currently, we've had cases of Telegram being shut down. So what are the legal processes, or are there policies that are also protecting us from the government using those privileges to bar us from using those platforms? Thank you.
Kindly be brief.
I'll agree with you. There have been several occasions we have experienced internet shutdowns. You remember that? Can't remember the date in July where they shut down the internet at a specific period of time so that we wouldn't know what was happening in Githurai. That has been one instance. There is an article in the Constitution, I think it is 33 or 34. It prohibits the government from prohibiting us from the freedom of having the right to expression and the right to information. So most of the times what normally happens, you find that someone will lodge a constitutional petition to the High Court and they will sue the government or through the office of the AG or the respective cabinet minister, whoever is doing that deed that is an infringement to a constitutional right. There is that angle of of doing a constitutional petition to the court and have the government reverse the act that it has done. So I hope I have answered that question.
Thank you. That is all from all of us. Kindly clap for them. Beware of fake news. Stop, reflect, and verify. Have a good day. And by the way, because God loves all of us, you can tell your neighbor God loves them and you love them too. When you go to lunch, tell them, are you serious on that?
So can we clap for this man here? Alan Wetungu, eh? Thank you. So I would like to invite all of us for lunch. And this is the order. I don't know where the lunch is served. Yeah? I'm inviting you for lunch where I don't know where it's served. Third floor. So we are on which floor now? First. So we'll go up facing heaven, eh? Kuju. So
Sasa ni lunch time, tufunge makazi, twende kwa chakula, tuje tena saa 8. Wengine wanakwenda kulala wanjani, kumeni shida ndugu, njaa inamuumiza. kunywa soda na keki, ukuro yote kwa chapati na ng'ombe. Na wengine nao wazunguka maduka, huku wakijidai wanafanya window shopping. Lunchtime. Fika mwisho wa mwezi uwanjatire mondo, ukiona naye lala ni asiye na kazi. Wamekwenda wote kula hotelini, wengine kwa biriani, wengine kuku na wali. Watu waenda Soeria, watoroka Maragwe, waenda hotelini kwa chapati na ng'ombe. Na wengine nao wale mishara juu, siku hiyo wote kwa
Angalia kiuno, na call me Flippers,
It's Legend on the beat.
Kakinama kama kameka. Kashipu kake chupa ya ngola. Akia mugumi kana niloga. Kakinama akimashawa. Nangalia kiuno, nangalia kiuno. Nangalia kiuno, nangalia kiuno. Nangalia kiuno, nangalia kiuno. Nangalia kiuno, nangalia kiuno. Kakikubali kwenda nami, mnakapa vitu yani mpaka che, hani zima fani ni pepe. Kama ni kiu sema maji kwa kakinama kama kameka. Kashepu kake chupa ya kola. Akia mungumi kana niroga.
Right, 1 and 2s. Right.
What you know?
Nangalia kiuno, nangalia kiuno. Angalia kiuno, nangalia kiuno. Angalia kiuno, nangalia kiuno.
Check 1 2. Nice and dizzy.
Yani kashepu kama vile huda. Nadhani mwaka ujao katafika fera.
Right, 1 and 2. 1 and 2s, right.
Angalia,
What you want, skiza? What you want? Wake up. I want Caro to come and dance with me. Ajui.
Baby, when the bright lights start to fade, fire up your lighter, float on with the waves.
You make me feel. Masanya kusimba mwambie, you make me feel. Yo.
Right, 1 and 2s, 1 and 2s. 1 and 2s. 1 and 2s. 1 and 2s. Hey, right. Hati, yo, gadesi kojaba.
Wengine komiti, zetu ni majama, zenu pikipiki. Leo tunaenda kanan, beba zigi mengi. Kakuna mamada.
Ukiuliza uko wapi, sikiza, ni mimi hapa back left.
Paparazzi,
onefanya ngumu
kufanya usherati. Nakumbuka kabla nifuge manati, nilikuwa na wakunywa na ile koloni ya Versace. Squeeze a backseat, ilikuwa love seat. Smooth na manual unafikiria ni automatic. Tint kwa window muadhara ndo hatutaki. Hapa perfection tunaifanya bila practice.
Ati mbele na success, nafunga hat-trick.
Mindo the jet kwa icho itisha happy. Tangu tuingie kwa hii mchezo si ndo heartbeat. Nairobi City tunairan kama athlete. Das tusijali, hatukujudge.
Wapi, hapo tu, hapo we, hapo we.
Tusijali, hatukujudge. Hapo tu.
Nesandizi. Wake up vibe, twende. If you know the lyrics, you just move your mouth. Listen.
Chandi, kendo era nyalo sandi, kichungu marach, yawa kichungu marach, sami yudo pesi longi hani.
Huyu jamani Mluya anajita ni mghost.
Longi baby, sama pesa onge.
Hatukatawe ni mghost. Lakini ushaona Muislamu anaitwa Muhammad Walfula.
Wange bende teko nyalo go. Kokitang bendo nyalo negi. Adhiambo sianda onyalo tieki. Oko chama loto dwaro smoky.
Demi yangu anapenda smoky.
Kokitang bendo nyalo negi.
Breezy again.
Onyalo tieki. Sama pesa onge. Sama pesa ongera onge Aromo ginyako ibumaka Aromo giwendo umakaga Nyathini ranga to buonjo Nyathini ranga to buonjo Wodo nyako chien to anina Akao wendo atere oda Akao wendo marwake oda
I got another one. Letter.
Kuna kitu naogopa ni kuandika jina God na small letters.
Hey.
Cheki vile genge inatesa, niko na maziwa nacheza na M-Pesa. Spicy. Cheki shingo iko icy. Ni baraka ya Almighty. Maisha tiki kama Nike. Kaha una pesa rudi home. Story ya kuomba pombe, manze na bo. Behind every smile kuna karo chafu. Karada ya watu. Huyu manzi amebeba masheveshe. Yani haga
Dansi ya wakora.
Usiku sako tupatane hapo nje. Sherehe leo lazima tupige.
Don't hey, one leg. Yo.
Kama Nike. Producer Roma. Nilikuwa nimetulia tu na kunywa chai ya tangawizi nikikula tu mayai. Sina noma nimetulia walai. Mfupa akakuja akishauta akadai Guy mejani mehadija. Nikajua ukitoa na jina ya ID hapa kuna noma moja imelipuka. Ayayaya. Who is this? Anakutumia nudes na emoji kiss. Nikamwambia baby nadhani you overthink. Akasema wait, kitu last week nilipata shati meja lipstick. Alafu this week unaniplay na this bitch.
Yo.
Kanipiga bare, do you think I'm stupid? Nachukua vitu zangu nikuachie hiyo nyumba. Kuletea mapoko uendele kuwa kula. Nikamwambia baby you know you're my life. Mi nitakuoa, I'm gonna make you my wife. Nikapiga magoti, nikamwambia I'm sorry. Nikaanza kulia, nikamguza roho. Akatulia nikamsho, ini ya mwisho.
Hati, ini ya mwisho. Hey. Weka dance, weka vibe, weka dance twende. Hati. Hey.
Ini ya mwisho. Wacha nicheke, ini ya mwisho. Ini ya oe. Next.
Vaya.
Estamos claros y ya. No te lo voy a negar. No te lo puedo negar. Estamos claros y ya. Estamos claros.
Teke aje, boss ni me mbio aje. We, fasta kandege aje. Hebu kam ni kushoni aje. Tukwambia tuna run. Tumboki yote ina run. Kama dem wanna run. Machali wanna run.
What you know, what you say, beba.
Niko wera na cheki mesoga jini. Na bigi marash pish na certificate ya jini. Na cheki msupa na vera na vya mbeba kavera. Na pia na pesa kitera ship namba 8 kibera.
Cheza chini. We,
cheza chini. It's a Monday but I'm on a Friday vibe. Tuesday but I'm on a Friday vibe.
What you say, sema, hi, cheza chini. Sema nami cheza chini.
Wednesday, but I'm on a Friday vibe. It's a Thursday, but I'm on a Friday vibe.
Yo! Formula tunakula chakula pamoja na nani? Sikiza.
Leo sapa tunakula
ade mpishi.
Bora tushibe.
Sema tena.
Wiko refu tunafungadi mshipi. Bora tupike. Kamba ya buda unaweza kongewa. Hauna mbota na bado timing unatolewa. Bora mpishi jumpishi bora shaolewa.
What you know?
Easy but niko easy ganji kitolewa.
It is the Gen Z forum, you know.
Touch me there. Mikono weka juu in the air. I miss it, touch me there. Sugar down low, find me there. Hakuna cherry bus, nikisha kanyaga zini. I'm always on time. Hey. Unya zime fit kwenye ninyo ni magrill. Feeling really high.
When the vibes too nice, we definitely play twice, yeah? Yo! DJ Kev's Kumuzombo. Give me the vibe, skiza.
Leo sapa tunakuladi mpishi.
Sema, hati bora tushibe. Wey!
Mwiko refu tunafungadi mshipi. Bora tupike.
Sema tena we.
Kamba ya buta unaweza gongewa.
Gonto.
Timing unatolewa. Bora mpishi jumpishi bora shaolewa.
Hati.
But niko easy ganji kitolewa. Baby don't touch me there. Me gonna wake up you in the air. I miss it, touch me there.
Baby girl. Unajua kupika ama unajua kuandaa? Hati. Yo. Sema. DJ Kev. Anajua kupika ama anajua kuandaa? Yo. Na doba zangu kwake ni therapy. Mwite na ni mzimbiting na kutibu from within. Zawini kisha kanyaga. Sema
Mukhana nice and lovely, sweet and sexy girl. Won't you catch a wine for me?
Hati
I take me back to December.
Okay, buliza kipenga. Nani?
Ashifura.
Hati Ashifura amekuza mutima. Anainuka. Hey.
Atuti dedile sudika.
Say.
Kuna reverse nikisha kanyaga sina. I'm always on time. Kuna zimefit kwenye nginyo ni magrill. Feeling really high. I'm feeling best, take it feeling.
Niko na ingine. Ndoyo. 1, 2.
Big beats. When you drop it down low on the floor, yeah, that's what you prefer.
Sema tena, say.
Put your money where your mouth on there, yeah, that's what me prefer.
Twende.
Set it, pick up. Set it, pick up. When me set it, you have it. Pick up. So when me set it, you have it.
Hati. Ngoja, hivyo tu, donjo. Weka dance ya wakora, ndo hii.
Reproduction tunaifanyia backseat ya Caldina. Bad girl Didi, bad girl Kariri. Nipate ex Tuesday nikiwa Wombortiris. Rosa Nyoro,
fika fit. Sema tena.
Siku vombo tote tunawashomba.
Wey, money mia luka. Wey, kuwa mkora kidogo. Kuwa mkora, twende.
Money me, I look at where you're there. Me cause problems everywhere. Me
when
you drop it down low on the floor, yeah, that's what you prefer.
Sema tena, give me the vibe.
Put your money on the block on there, yeah, that's what me prefer.
Masani ya kufanyaje nani, weka.
Set it, pick up. Set it, pick up. When me set it, you have it.
What you say, when me
set it, you have it.
Excuse
Nigie ni chape
Ati ni setie ni
shande Goja mapikin vaka lale anguka nayo twende down niche down
Weka
Bad girl kariri anafanya na come esa Only fun mindo recording hizo videsa Dema uru lakini ni peng makutesa Don Julio ananyonyanga bila tesa
hati namba uno mini mzing na ningam weka vibe twende
Kama tupotezi ita
Cheki Mikono mbili mbele alafu Doyo
Anpenda kuzilika, anpenda chicks, anpenda tigers, anpenda hizo hits, sexy
anapenda this, anapenda dance, lopa dende chap chap Ayangu bimbogi za tunazunguka nayo
Kudade, ina dudeda, ninagana mwa, anamba nala Kudade, ina dudeda, ninagana mwa, anamba nala
Cheki mina we, tunadu the math Surrender take over, jo angusha mabidha Baby si ubendova kwanza venye inafa Si ati nachocha mina penda hiki Ukidigida pale tu kwenye machuo Mina sikia ni kama niko mandom Sahi niko zone, mamizinga ni za chrome Manzi unanibamba mahari nitachukua loan Na kulamba tu pahali, pale sehemu flani yani Na utamwaga misi jui Johnny majigani Nikimaliza utasema Johnny nani daddy Hari Craze ule boyo machini
Anpenda kuzilika, anpenda chicks, anpenda tigers, anpenda hizo hits, sexy kiwa bamba Anpenda hii, anpenda that, slow but ende chap chap Anpenda hii, anpenda that, slow but ende chap
Kudade,
ina dudeda, ninagana mwa, anamba nala Kudade, ina dudeda
I got another one. Let's
Hati
Jomi nikupe penzi, wachana na mape. Jerry. Sema wachana na. Ukigongewa unaimbanga hizi unasema Jerry, Johnny nikupe. One time, say another day, another crisis. Keyboard warriors still typing.
Minelaba siku hizi spendi fighting. Na maheta hawawezi ntoa timing.
Yo,
na hata wakinita guide, I know my baby will be by me.
Sema
ya shipite boss kwani mini nuku. Dawa ya watiaji huwa silence.
Niko sherehe mina, niko kreko mina vibe. Oh I wonder why. Cheki, cheki nani, we shughulike na your life.
Niko sherehe mina vibe. Na nyimuna ni analyze. Oh I wonder why, I'm just trying to catch a wine. We shughulike na your life.
Let's go in 1, 2. What you sing, say don't you disrespect my lover. What about tonight? Tonight I don't want no drama.
Niache nyashi pite boss kwani mini nuku. Leo ni party hadi mchana.
Something must kill a man, you know.
Sherehe na piganga na kikosi.
Hati kwa mfuko pesa haikosi. Mademu wananitanga kiongozi.
Vile mimi hutesanga Nairobi. Sele zimeripoti. Chini tuko kwa mabi.
Baada kushiba haki wewe usinirekodi.
Kesho nipate mmeshani.
Weka vibe twende. Sema niko sherehe mina vibe. Na nyimunani analyze. Oh wonder why what
me I'm just trying to catch a wine.
Sema we shughulika na your life. Niko sherehe mina vibe.
Na nyimunani analyze. Oh I wonder why I'm just trying to catch a wine.
We shughulika na your life. Cheki zangu zime. Don't you disrespect my lover.
My God. Tonight I don't want no drama. My God. Chaber dongingeo anahero kasianda. Leo ni party hadi mchana.
Sina
Shipite boss kwani mini nugu. Sikosi nguvu baby girl mi ukula njugu. Bad to the bone lazima nikunywe supu. Shit
for the Gen Z gents. Kahende kifo cha
unaninyonya kama maembe na tembe. Gembubu vitu zetu usiseme. Wacha wabaki wakidhani kuna venye. Peleka juu,
peleka chini.
Usiogope kuu.
Cheki mami zikishika chana.
Toa ulimi zako zikipanda.
Yo
cheza na mimi tuko area. Cheki vile dobe metubeba.
Sema
makohanda samebeba. Zitoke mkono na mabega.
Say MC Freddy na DJ Kelv wako na vibe kofiti. Unajua kwa nini? Sikiza ati inakubalika. Yo
ndani ya 5-star hotel kwetu ni Gaza. Naroga ka vibes ka tell niko na answer. Uko na swali naza tell bombastic side eye. Chavuka boda na piga ma Ethiopia. Kani for 20 tupate tukichoma. Pigia pedi ya kuje na keroma. Hizi mamoshi zinatibu mpaka homa. Mademona paka hina na ma foundation. Wanasema right now to my location. Wanasema sindo huanga na formation. Mpesa confirmation leo celebration.
Sema tena sema.
Chikivile dobe metubeba.
Beba.
Tingisha kichwa tuangeba. Ulete makohanda samebeba. Zitoke mkono na mabega. Tetemeka kauna malaria. Shingo kando komengenya. Chikone ni kauna bakteria. Alafu inakubalika. Uko divine baby, sambono kwenye chrome. Kona body fine, assalamu alaikum salam. Kasi ya brown, kwangu kitu haram. Miukeka goes magezo salam. Mendoza kuwest koma huni kisha get bored. Your bum bum, it's like a ticking bomb. When you tip in toes, you want some more. Your bum bum, napiga proper toka morning paka jion. From the window to the wall, bedroom paka jikon. Ghafla nageuka kukuta dhani ya chameleon. Kesi maisha kukadria bagala. Cheki vile dobe metubeba. Tingisha kichwa toangeba.
DJ kiasi. Shika. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Mnakaa mmeboeka sana rada? Ni kushiba? Tutaipunguza, si ndio? So, kidogo tu before the mwenye anaingia next, we have a very short session for hype, then we begin. Juu najua tukiwachilia hivi lazima tutalala. So listen to the instructions. Mnajua ngoma ni bango, I will make you fishers of men, fishers of men. You know that song, si ndio? Sasa si kuna mahali tunasema F na M. Kuna mahali tunasema fishers au ni ladies, F, men ni M. So listen. Ukiimba mahali usikie M, all the gents in the building, you stand up and you sit down. And you sit down. Kama tumesema fishers, all the ladies in the building, you stand up and you sit down. We are doing a demo. We are doing team building here. We're doing a demo for that. Then thereafter we are going to a very short hype session for the Gen Zs. So, are you ready? Are you ready? Tusimame kidogo basi. DJ, kidogo. Tusimame kidogo. Because of time. Nilikwambia mwenzako kama simami chunga simu. Chunga simu nani? Chunga simu. Sikiza, nataka tuimbe vizuri sasa. Let us do a demo, then we dramatize this. 1, 2, go. I will make you fishers of men. Jamaa ameband. Amekaa chini time ya ladies. Okay, let us do it. Tunafanya demo, usikae kwanza. Don't actualize it. Let us sing it first, then we dramatize. 1, 2, go. I will make you fishers of men, fishers of men. We are doing a demonstration. So do not actualize it, don't dramatize it. Let's just sing it to know the song, so that now you can dramatize it. Okay, so 1, 2, go. I will make you fishers of men, fishers of men, fishers of men. I will make you fishers of men if you follow me. Now you have heard. Wherever there is an F or the
Wake up! Haya, pole chini. Pole tu. Usiweke energy kidogo. Hai. Wake up! Wake up! Sibita. Pole tu.
Enda na kiuno.
Haya, simama. DJ, shika. So tunafanya hivi, tuna dance ukisikia jigi, oh mama, oh, pause, sawa? Haya, DJ from the start, twende kazi. Haya, weka kilo, shika tumbo, kama mtu uko na pesa, sawa?
Mtu mwenye teta.
Hai,
Shika kidogo. Pole pole. Hey. Pause. Pause. Hai. Weka chini. Twende.
Haya, weka mikono juu.
Haya, twende juu. Right away.
Haya, angalia vizuri Haya,
twende.
Miguu. Ruka, twende. Rusha tu.
Hey.
Niangalia vizuri nani?
Raisi. Wapi?
Niangalia vizuri.
Wapi?
Tunatingika. Ndio. Haya, twende.
Twende. Tena.
Mikono mbele. Kiuno. Ingine. Aruka. Watu wengi hamjui dance. Cheki. Twende hivi. Cheki ni hapa. Ruka face another direction. Sawa?
Right.
So DJ. Haya, rusha miguu pole pole. Tafuta space nani? Wewe. Usirushe sharpshooter iende. Wewe.
Twende. Hey.
Fagia. Twende. Haya mama. Twende.
Wapi? Shika. Wapi?
Aruka.
Tena. Wapi? Ruka. Twende. Hati. Wapi? Ruka.
Angalia hapo ndio.
Hai. Wapi? Tena. Aya DJ, ngoja DJ. Hey. Are you ready to have fun today? Ni kama watu wanataka kumove, si ndio?
Hii sikiza. Ngoja usikie. Sasa unasikia. Mos mama Milka bonyo. Akisema naitwa Freddy natoka Eldoret napenda mastingo.
Ati
ya kwanza kudonjo. Ya pili top shota. Watatu one lege waka.
Haya, majenzi yako wapi? Nipe mikono juu. Like this. 1, 2, 3. Twende hapa. Wapi? Wapi? Haya, songesha kidogo, tunaendaje? Wapi?
Cheki. Hao ni wazee. Eka wakora sasa. Tafuta jirani. Tafuta mwenzako. Twende. Ngoja. Nimeshangaa. Executive ana mtu. Hatuwezi endelea sherehe na mkubwa mwenye ametita hapa.
Acha tufanye kitu.
Shikia yeye mtu. Director afunze hiyo dance. Ametoroka. Aya, hii dance ndio dance ya wakora. Sawa? Dance ya nini? Dance ya wakora. Unageukia mwenzako alafu unaenda kiwakora. Sawa? Haya twende DJ.
Pole tu. Nice and easy.
Twende hivi cheki.
Twende.
Atoshasikia kikingia ni kuplus. Huko ngabadu na chukua madam so anguka nao itabaki meflow na vibe.
Aya cheki ndo hapa.
Single for now. Mdagi mteja patikani. Hadi leo.
Mapangale.
Ya tumbo.
Shona nikofana na hii. Sukate call niko chomba.
We.
Wanaita the Greco Gen Z. Sawa? MC Freddy.
That was my time, MC Larito.
Thank you.
pressure, baby, when you wind and pause. You're killing the boy, of course.
Good afternoon. My name is Cecilia Maundu. I'm a broadcast journalist. I'm a digital security expert. I work at the intersection of technology, human rights, and journalism. And I'm also a podcaster. I have a podcast. It's called Digital Data Podcast, where we talk about issues on cyber violence, digital rights, issues of misinformation and disinformation. And this afternoon, I'm going to be your facilitator for this group work. So I hope everyone is okay. I can see the energy in the room. You know, when you're a millennial in the midst of Gen Zs, old, you find yourself smiling in between. Going to have a group presentation, and we are going called the information disorder ecosystem. These are the same things we've been discussing since morning. We are talking about the issue of a sticky note. Yes. So if you're pink, you are group number 1. Can I see the group number 1s? If you are blue, you are group number 2. Group number 2, can I see group number 2? And then if you are orange, you are group number 3. Can I see the vitamin C? And then we have color yellow. Can I see the yellows? There are no yellows. That's orange. How many have yellows in their notebooks? Well, well, well. So, my notebook was yellow, so I think maybe I'm the only yellow. Anyway, so by the groups, please let me have 3 groups. So what I'm going to do, out of all those groups, I'm going to pick groups. Let's start moving towards our designated groups. And then out of those 3 groups, we are going to fish for group 4 because we must have a group number 4. Twitter DJ tena wasai kama ni. Please, people, let's, because of the we want to make sure that we also don't keep you here longer than you need to. So as fast as we can. I think I'm going to walk around in the room. So this is group number? That's orange. That's orange. That's pink. Let me so that you. So people, this is yellow. If you have this, this is yellow. Only yellow in the house. This is yellow. So how many are you people? How many are you? 11. 13. Yes. You know what I want to do? So can I see group 4 by a show of hands? Group 4, the yellow. How many are you?
We were blues, but we have decided to be 4.
So you will add up several. Yes.
We can work with
The
four.
blues. We are all
The
blue.
blues.
So that is group number?
This is supposed to be no 2.
Number 2.
Yes.
Then can you be generous? Some people move here because they are a bit few.
Watu wamekataa
Yeah, we
hiyo.
fish. Eh? How many are you? Then can we donate more?
This one's at 20. This one's at 20.
This one's at 20.
Yeah, so this one's can come.
Yeah, can come. Okay. Then also join this group.
Yeah, good. Like that now. That makes sense. Yeah, good.
So I see everyone is in a group. Thank you so much for being so cooperative and very swift. So this is how we are going to run this group. First of all, I want to say by the end of this session, we want you to walk away with a deeper understanding that misinformation is not just about fake news or about people doing bad things. It's about incentives. It's about decision. There is more under misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation, apart from the intent to harm. So we are going to look at 4 sections, and out of those 4 sections, I'm going to give, I'll assign every group a session. So the first group, you are going to be creators. So under creators, it could be bloggers, it could be journalists, it could be AI-generated content. Somebody gave a very good example the other day, Grok, which is part of now. People were doing some very malicious things. You'd be like, undress this person, and they'll do exactly that. That is AI. And what we want to know is we want to focus on ethical practices. We want to see the issue of verification. And one of the major goals that we want to do is we want to talk about the challenges, the responsibilities, and then come up with a code of conduct for creators. Sawa sawa. You look at the challenges, and as I said, the creators could be journalists, could be bloggers, could be influencers. So what we need you... This is group 4. Since I'm here, let me just give you your... Regulators of information and communication. So under this, we want you to come up with the challenges, responsibilities, and then create a code of conduct. And this is how we're going to operate. You might not agree with what the rest of the group says, maybe because you have a different opinion. But you put yourself under the shoe of, let's say, Communications Authority of Kenya. With only 2 ladies.
Only 2 ladies. And there are so many of them there. So, Omete conspire.
Okay, then we can do barter trade. Yeah? Either gender. They're saying they're okay. Okay, you know, the ladies in this group are feeling very lonely. And remember that we have more men online than women. So we are trying to create a space whereby both genders are equally online. So they're feeling very lonely. So can we have like 2 ladies volunteer themselves to go there, or 3? And then 3 gentlemen on this other side. Okay, so they've said they love the girl power on that side. So unfortunately, you guys will... sawa sawa. So as regulators, you discuss the challenges you have. Let's say the data protection commissioner. You remember siku za kutuma salamu? When your information is online. And then the discussion was, if you're a public officer, you don't have privacy because we, the taxpayers, have employed you. So some of those challenges, you look at them, the responsibilities, and then come up with a code of conduct for them. And remember, the code of conduct, you should not infringe on freedom of expression, because that's what we'll also be fighting. And there's also a thin line between freedom of expression and hate speech. So some of those things, you look at them. You can be the government, you can be, it's called what, International Telecommunication Union. No, you are under the umbrella of regulators. Yes. Yes.
We prescribe code of conduct for the content creator.
Yes, yes. You remember we are looking at the information disorder ecosystem. Yes. So you're creating a code. And again, I repeat, come up with a code that can be used. You remember when we had the Computer Justice Act in 2018, when it was implemented, and there were a lot of contentious clauses. And Article 19, they went to court. Yes. So try and come up with something that can be used, not that is trying to infringe on us. Any question? Mko sawa? In the meantime, I'll just be walking around. So I'm here. So this is
Number 3.
Number 3. Number 3, you're going to be the funders of information disorders, political parties, politicians on their own, government, advertisers. What we need to look at is challenges. You come up with the challenges, the responsibilities, and then out of that, you come up with a code of conduct. So I want to repeat, there is no correct answer here. Don't start, going out of your mind trying to look for the correct answer. Come up with about 3 or 4 bullets, and you will discuss why we decided this would work very well. So we all know what is a code of conduct.
Yeah.
Yes. Anyone who has a question?
I didn't hear what you said.
Okay. No problem.
I am not a disciple. Okay, tell me.
Okay. So now, your group number 3.
Yeah.
So group number 3 is what we call the funders.
Yeah, the funders.
The funders of the government, politicians, funders of this economic, it's called what? Misinformation and money. Yeah. It's called this misinformation ecosystem. So it could be the government, it could be a politician, it could be individual. Yes. So what are we looking at? We are looking at responsibilities of these funders. What are some of the challenges that they face? And then you create a code of conduct when it comes to funders, when it comes to the ecosystem of disinformation. Excuse me. Anyone who has a question? Anyone who has a question?
It is a code of conduct to bar funding.
Yes,
to
things
bar
like
funding.
Yeah, that's what we need, because a code of conduct has to be ethical. Yes. Yes, how they should behave. Yes. You remember there's a time Napondi was doing something to do with these betting companies, and there was a lot of talk that he's being funded and all that stuff. It could be the truth or not the truth. However, the information that he was giving out was the truth. We saw it on Lynn Googie's channel and all that. So what are the code of conduct? And you asked a very, is it an ethical? We are looking at the ethical part. Because our lives have moved on, right? There will always be funders, the advertisers will be there. Politicians will always be there. You've heard every governor has bloggers and all that. Yes. We look at what are you guys doing. So group 2, spreaders of misinformation. So spreaders could be individuals like yourself. It could be platforms. Remember when Facebook was involved in Kenya's election? Well, it didn't go much, but you remember they were involved with the Cambridge Analytica, swindling voters. Yes. So these spreaders of misinformation, what are some of the challenges? What are some of the responsibilities they should have? And then what should be the code of conduct of these people? So you start with the challenges, you start with the responsibilities of these spreaders. You as an individual, what is your responsibility when it comes to this ecosystem of disinformation disorder? And then what are some of the challenges? And then you create a code of conduct. A code of conduct would just be like 3 or 4 bullets, and there's no correct answer or wrong answer. And also in the process you might not agree because maybe in your mind you are a regulator. Doesn't mean that when you agree to that, it means that that should be cast on stone.
Okay, but there are two lines here.
Mhm.
There is the spreading part,
Mhm.
then we're being asked to focus on being responsible.
Yes, yes.
So do you want us to start with your permission? Do you want us to start with, we assume that we are the spreaders.
Yes, now you are under the docket of spreaders.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're spreading
Yes.
false information. Then we look at the way that we should actually be responsible.
What are some of the challenges that you go through as a social media user? You know, you are also a spreader.
The responsibility.
Yes, it's not
Because the
challenge.
spreader
Let's
does not
start.
have any responsibility.
You do have a responsibility.
The spreader.
Yes. One of the responsibilities to fact check.
No, I think we are getting confused. As spreader, the spreader does not have any responsibility. They just fire all the time. Yes, exactly. They go that way intention. So we feel that then now we turn over, become the good guys. How to stop that, or how to be responsible when we share.
And that's where the code of conduct comes in. Yes, creating a code of conduct. And create a code of conduct that is usable. Maybe 2 or 3, nothing, you know, like, it's not like we are here. Yes, so it can be 3 or 4 bullets. Yes, what you come up with. Yes, yes. Yes. You see here we are trying to counterattack the issue of disinformation, misinformation, and malinformation. So you as a spreader, what are some of the ethical code of conduct can be created so to make sure that you are not taking part in this information disorder? Yes. So, and I'm around here. You can just ask. There's so many ladies in this group. What do I tell them?
Hey, you are pulling our leg.
Why?
How can you tell us to identify creators now? All of us are creators.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chebiwot Dokas. I'm a DDF fellow from Kabarak University. We are in group 2, and our task or our topic was spread of myth and stroke disinformation. So we were supposed to tackle on responsible sharing, distribution, and spreading of online content. So we were supposed to look on the challenges, responsibilities, and create a code of conduct. Sorry. So we started by definition. What do we mean by spreaders? So we had different definition of spreaders. So the first one was these are consumers who are not original sources and they relate to a particular topic and disseminates it without verification. Also, the second definition was negligent amplifiers of information. And the third one was these are people who they don't have understanding and they share the information. For instance, we can see lately that Kibaki was killed severally, or Pop, the death of Pop was killed severally without verification. Some people are saying he died a week ago or a month ago, but we all know that was a lie. So my colleague will proceed with the challenges and responsibilities.
Thank you very much. My name is Tony Ojok from the University of Eldoret. I'm a DDF fellow as well. I'll run through the challenges very quickly. So these are the challenges that the spreader face in this or misinformation. Number one, difficulty in verification because there's information overload. We found that the spreaders take little time in verification of information because they're too much for them to spread, and they're also running for who will be the first person to break the news. And this leads to the overload of information, hence leading to mis and disinformation. Being victims of mis-talk, malinformation, that's being held accountable, and they are not the source. Another challenge that we faced as the spreader is that there's a lot of mis and disinformation that is being held, when you're being held accountable, yet the spreaders are not the source. So we found that most spreaders are not the source, but at the end of the day, majority of them are being held accountable. For example, you might find that most politicians, or a few, sometimes they tend to, like there's a rupture between, I think, MCA of Kileleshwa and Fred Machoka. So you find that maybe not, he was spreading some news about the health of Machoka, and Machoka feels that this is not true. Let me hold this person accountable. So the spreader is the one who suffers, not the creator. Lack of patience to stop or reflect and verify the information. Like we said in our hashtag, stop, reflect, and verify. You find that most of the spreaders, we don't stop, we don't verify, and therefore we end up giving mis or disinformation. Lack of information, so data integrity. We lack that, majority of the spreaders. We are not patient, and therefore we are not there's no integrity when it comes to what we spread. Last on that, abuse that can lead to mental damages due to backlash. To the spreaders, you found this one, and most of the bloggers, we always found critique. Even when Osamu Tero did what he did, he found a lot of critique, and this may lead to damage of brain or maybe mental issues because you find a lot of hate on what you spread. Thank you. On challenges. Responsibility. As a spreader, you should check on the source of information before you spread it. 2, you use digital tools to verify. We have fact-checking, what we call fact-checking tools that we can use to verify the information. So as a spreader, make sure you use those ones. Number 3, ensure you understand the impact of what you are spreading so that you cannot cause also damage to others that you are spreading to. For example, we have one of the aspirants from Kasipul, Aroko Philip, who is now suffering from that. Number 4, have patience by reflecting. Be patient before you spread any information by reflecting on what do I have to pass to the people before you pass them. Spreaders should also have values and integrity. 6, spreaders should use more than one reliable source. You should confirm your news through even Google's and even other people. Talk to people, ask them, whatever I want to pass through, is it correct? Has so and so passed? For example, you've heard my counterpart say that Pope has been killed severally. And therefore, before you spread, call to the friends of Pope and ask them if Pope is dead. Last but not least, be suspicious. You have to be suspicious on what you want to spread. Be guilty of what you want to spread if you're not the owner of that particular information. Another one is ethical use of digital tools and AI. And last but not least, be digitally literate.
I'll take you through the code of conduct. So the first one is verify the information before sharing. You need to verify the information. You need to do fact checking before you disseminate any information to the public. So the second one is transparency. You need to be transparent. You need to understand whatever information you need to disseminate to the public, you need to be really transparent. So that goes hand in hand with accountability and acknowledgement. So before disseminating any information, you need to be accountable just in case it backlashes on you and it becomes a misinformation, because you know action will be taken on you. So the next one is you need to have critical thinking. So think clearly or critically before disseminating any information to the public. You need to cite and reference sources in case you want to share any information. You need to put legal frameworks in places. Make sure you observe all the legal frameworks that have been put in place. And the last one, you need to be accurate. So there's no second chances. So you need to understand that once the information is released to the public, it is spread, there's no going back. So that means you have to be accurate because there's no second chances. So that's it from us, Group 2. Thank you. That has our presentation been.
Thank you so much. Just to add on something they said, we get very excited when we see something and we want to share it because we are living in the microwave generation. You know, everything is touch. But most of the time, think critically before you share this information. Also, have you verified this information to find out if it is true or not? Because if it is misinformation, then you become also a spreader of misinformation. And something else when it comes to malinformation, I like the way Boniface really explained. Are you taking something out of context to fit your situation at that time? So anyone who has a query or question or something to add to this group? Yes?
It's a good presentation, but you talked about the difficulty in accessing information in real time. So what about you guys create a group where you guys can share information as spreaders, but with consequences where somebody shares information that is not true, you get to regulate it yourselves before we come in as government. How do you see that? So you talked about you guys having a difficulty in accessing information, and yet you have itchy fingers. You want to post it, the first person to post, right? So we are suggesting that instead of you guys waiting for us to regulate you, why don't you form a group of spreaders of information, come together and create a pool of information. When you get something, you share with evidence, then you can share at the same time, or you are free to share after the group has approved. So, and then whoever shares that information that is not like approved by the group can bear consequences, serious like expulsion from that group and mass reporting. So how do you feel about that?
So thank you so much for asking the question. However, for the part of creating the group, this was to respond on impact of those who are spreaders. However, we have challenges, yeah? The challenges of spreaders is one of them is becoming the first one to share, right? That is a challenge that they are going through. That was the first part, what we realized. What are spreaders going through? What are the challenges that these people facing? One of them was immediately you say that you saw the news, you are in multiple groups, and then you see like, wow, nobody has shared this information to any of our group. So let me share so that they can get to understand, right? So that is one of the challenges among the others. However, we came back and find what is your responsibility. First of all, having this challenge, your responsibility is, first of all, verify the information before you share. Use the sources. And however, we didn't just say you use one source. You have to use multiple sources. Sometimes a source can also be a source of sharing misinformation. And that's why we have to use more than one source. And that's why when our presenters were up there, they said, you can even call, right? We didn't say you call the friends of the late Pope or something like, but you have to verify. A case is, we shared a case of NTV. They was saying blood parliament, whoever was arrested, right? It's a source. But however, it's not like they were not the real ones. We have also to get from the others. So that is why we have that challenge. But for you to be responsible, you have other procedures, and as well the code of conduct that we managed to share with you that very short time. That is, you have also to verify. I don't know if I responded to you or.
Okay. Just to ask, to answer you, you said that we should be creating a group to verify the information before we spread it, right? This is what I want to say. There are different platforms, and there are so many platforms over which spreaders use. And that makes it impossible to create a group where we can fact check. And that is why we said, for us to help this particular problem, there is a code of conduct that should be used by the spreaders to ensure they follow that so that they can spread news that is correct. And on that again, I think your question was on challenge number one, that talks about difficulty in verification because of information overload. The reasons why these people don't verify this particular information is not because they don't want, it's because they are so agile to spread, to lead in the breaking of the news. For example, I used an example of Sam Otero. He's a big blogger, right? He's so agitated to have the first-hand information that I was the one that announced the death of Pope in Kenya. And therefore, he will never be going through those particular information or fact check to ensure that whatever is passing through is correct. So the information overload is the challenge that these particular spreaders face. Are you answered? Thank you.
And also, giving an example of Osama Otero, we are looking at how this information disorder, so many things like motivation can lead you to be part of it. Because you know nowadays X pays people, right? So big bloggers like Nyakundi, okay, Osama is no longer big anymore. I think people just left. People decided, yes, he's no longer big anymore, truth be told. So, you know, it was being discussed on another forum. Some of them are even paid 1.5 million a month. So the minute you break that news, the more interactions you have. The more interactions you have, the more monetization that you make. So some of those things is important to look at. Also, I have something I need to say. The information could be true, right? But when you're sharing it, what are some of the things that are going through your head? Okay, for those of you who are on Facebook, because I know you guys are not on Facebook, you're on Facebook. Well, it's, you are rare. So you find maybe one of your classmates has died. For sure, the classmate has died, and you've been told that. But you want to be the first one to type on their wall, rest in peace. Have you asked if their family members know that this person is dead? Do you know how many people have found out that their relatives are dead on Facebook or on social media? You remember, I don't know if you guys were born then, there was an MP who was called Orwa Ojode. He died with Saitoti, who was a former vice president. The son said he knew through social media that the father had died. You can imagine. So also the information that you're sharing, as much as you're verified, are you looking at the consequences of it as a spreader? So some of those things that you need to put into account.
No, okay. I think the moment we mention code of conduct, you start thinking about an organized, an ordered community, yeah? But what we are discussing, when you mentioned form groups, like you're proposing a mechanism for self-regulation, yeah? And you said you. So I kept asking us, you, who do you mean? Us, yeah? As part of the discussion we're having here, we realized all of us are creators and the potential misinformers, disinformers, all of us. And not all of us are journalists. So code of conduct for lawyers, right. Code of conduct for journalists, right. But is there a profession called PROGA? Where people go to school, they are given a certificate so that then ethical issues come in. So it becomes a little bit difficult for me to imagine a situation where we can develop a comprehensive code of conduct for TikTokers. I have a village in my village who never went to school, but is a sensation. I mean, he's so hot in social media and always says vulgarities, abuses people, and that has made him very popular. So I think code of conduct for an ordered community, but for the rest of us, the law. I think we have a law. If you are involved in hate speech, we have laws, and you will be arrested and prosecuted, and that's good enough.
Just give me a second. Also, when it comes to the issue of law, we all are aware there's something called Computer Misuse Cybercrime Act. One of the things that has come out very clearly, it is very vague. And you find there's a lot of issue when it comes to prosecution of these issues. So also that law has to be very clear. For example, they talk about cyber harassment, but they don't define what is cyber harassment. So if you've been cyber harassed, what initiative do you take? What is guiding this principle?
I think that's very, 30 seconds. The point is, law has to be fair. But sister said something in the morning. I don't know how many of us caught her. She's talked about a framework that is adaptive and is fairly implemented. That's the essence. So we don't have a law that is it's not clear, to use your phrase, but also the implementation of that law must be seen to be fair. Of course, we have issues around the specific law that Madam mentioned, and we have opportunity now, as people affected by that law, to recommend amendments and take part in the process of causing those amendments to be.
Thank you for contribution. Make it a tweet before Elon Musk.
I think from one of the presentations here, government was accused to be one of the funders of fake news. So if we are to create a group, we will include them there. Then number two, I think the government has been very swift with issues of information in other spaces, but on social media, it's been very slow. Very slow. Sometimes you see someone has abused a person, and then when that person is taken to the police station, the politician comes and says, no, I have forgiven him. Leave him. Because the politician wants to please the people. I think we need to have clear laws that are enforced. Let us not have government which is selective with who to prosecute. I know this person is very influential, let's not prosecute them. Leave them. Office of the Data Protection Officer was being harassed. The ODPP, the office itself is being harassed online. Sasa jameni, we cannot move as a country like that. We need to have a law that binds everyone, such that even if you want to forgive a person and they are convicted of a crime, you can't help them. They have insulted you, you can't help them. You have to deal with them in terms of the law. So let the government take full responsibility in terms of the security of Kenyans, because we have agreed that everyone is a creator. So let's have laws that are enforced by the government.
Thank you for making it a tweet. Which group? We'll go. Who are the presenters? The two of you.
Good morning, everyone. Good eve, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sean. I'm one of the Digital Democracy Fellows.
And my name is Joy Nana Mango. We are from Group 1. So the task we were tasked with was on creators. We were supposed to discuss their responsibilities, the challenges that creators face, and come up with a code of conduct.
So our first task was to determine who is a creator. So as it was mentioned earlier, we came to realize that every one of us is a creator. So some of the people we listed are journalists, content creators, bloggers, poets, both poets and people who do spoken words. There's comedians, you can also categorize them with actors. There's also artists, people who also do voiceovers fall under that category. We also had storytellers, they are creators. We have photographers, those two are creators. We also had AI, as you know, most people have created things with AI. And we also have cartoonists.
So after highlighting who creators are in the digital era, just as Sean has said, we came to the conclusion that each and every one of us is a creator. So we came to highlight the responsibilities each and every one of us has as a creator. So the first responsibility we saw was, number one, to fact check, or rather to counter fake news. Yeah, so once you, in your creation, you know what you're going to speak about, has fake news out there, it is your responsibility. We also have a responsibility to promote expression, and we also have a responsibility to act as watchdogs in the creation. We also create awareness, we educate and set positive agendas, and at all times, political narrative, but in a very entertaining manner. Bloggers and content creators. Nowadays, people are very creative in their creation. So at the end of the day,
we had to discuss what are some of the challenges that are faced by creators. We said the first one was the unintended harm, where there's some information you might share and it might cause damage, but that was not your intention. So that's some of the challenges that creators face. There's the political interference, where you as a journalist or as AI or as an artist or whoever, you can interfere with some of the political decisions that are being made. There's the biasness, where we see some creators being favored more than others, as it was just mentioned a few moments ago about Nyakundi. There's the deepfake, where we said that some of the challenges with the contents that are currently there is that it's so fluid that it changes ever so frequently. So keeping up with them is coming to be a challenge. There's also the regulations. We see different platforms have different enforcements. Some are more easier than others, so that's another challenge. There's the garbage in, garbage out. When we're talking, like, for example, with AI, what you feed it is what it will give back to you. So same thing with all the creators. Then there's most of these platforms, we do not own them. So we have borrowed them from outside. So things like TikTok, Facebook, we do not set the regulations for those platforms. So we don't have much control over what is going in there. Then we said there's competition between creators. So there's two creators who are doing the same thing, both competing against each other. There's the commercialization. So where if I want to generate income, I can just buy an account that has a lot of followers. Then under a subsection of that, he said another challenge is threats. Some people might say, we want to buy your account, and it's not an option. You either sell or things might happen. And then the final challenge we said is cyberbullying, where we've seen creators who are struggling with mental health challenges.
So after we discussed our responsibilities and looked at the challenges, we came up with a code of conduct for all creators. Our first point was to fact check, just like our theme of the day has been, is to stop, reflect, and verify before you share any information. Before you create any content, first of all, you look at what you want to put out there in the world. Make sure that it is not misinformation. Verify what you want to, yes, the content that you're creating. The next point we came up with was to admit and correct your mistakes immediately, which speaks to accountability. Our next point was to reveal your sources, and unless revealing the sources can harm them. So here we encouraged creators to be transparent. Yeah, if your source is Kenya law, if your source is, you know, a government website, if it is Citizen that you got your information from, feel free to disclose your information. But if you're getting information from a whistleblower, you know, at times you have to conceal the source that, yes, the source that has given you the information. So you have to be smart about it. Another responsibility in the code of conduct is to tell the truth at all times. When we put this down as a point, we had a lot of contention because, for one, truth is relative to each and everyone. Yeah, a politician's truth may be different from a doctor's truth, may be different from a lawyer's truth, but we tied it to the reveal your sources and also to admit mistakes. Okay. The next point we gave was to be critical of everything, including yourself. So as a creator, do not be afraid to criticize and to take criticism. Once you have criticized, if your content is mostly criticism, give your opponent a chance to respond. Let your opponent be the one that refuses to respond, but not that you did not give them a chance to respond to what you're alleging in your content. Then we said that we should always preserve the intended meaning of a given statement. If a video was taken of the president giving a speech, don't lift a particular section of his speech, as we have just been explained to what malinformation is. You lift a sentence, yes, he said it, but you put it in a different context. Yeah, where it is no longer fitting, where now it is malicious. State your allegiance and stay independent. When we say stay independent, we are requesting each and every content creator, each and every creator to stay incorruptible. Like we mentioned in the challenges, you see what happened to Cyprian Nyakundi. He gets money and now everyone thinks he's compromised. Yeah? So stay incorruptible, then that way at least you can always be taken seriously as a source of information. We also said use your power to protect. Another responsibility we put in the code of conduct is to uphold platform guidelines. So if Facebook has its guidelines, feel free to uphold those guidelines. Same to TikTok, same to X, you know, so that your account is not constantly being put on hold, because you are the content creator that is always, you know, throwing words at other people, yeah? Yes, thank you.
I think I would want to mention the point of being incorruptible. When we had the UTU meeting the other day, it's the same thing, you know, humanity in you should not allow you to do some things. So when it comes to this platform, as much as we are trying to leverage and make money out of it, also let us not forget that we are human, and when humanity is in you, you also think about the other person. Thank you so much. Any question? Any top up? Not from this group. I'm talking about the other people. Yes. They're looking at me, they're like, oh, no question. It's not you.
Under the code of conduct, group 1, you've told us that we are supposed to reveal our sources. And most of us here are journalists, if I'm not wrong, or communications people. And we are being told that we are not supposed to reveal our sources. Now, for instance, you can take example of the BBC. Sasa wangeanza ku reveal waseme these are some of the people who gave us the news. Or I think whatever you should have told us is referencing your sources where necessary, but not revealing it completely.
We said reveal your sources unless yeah, if your source is a whistleblower, you cannot release that source. But yes, I agree with you. Maybe we should have phrased it as reference your sources. Thank you.
Make it a tweet.
My name is Auma Evans. In one of your challenges, you mentioned that controlling what is out there is one of the challenges that you tackle. And because you're dealing with the social media, I believe that you can control what you actually send out. And we have bodies that deal with that. We have the Media Council of Kenya, which regulate the conduct of journalists, if you're a journalist. We have the NCIC that deals with hate speech. We have the Communication Authority of Kenya that prevent the spread of information that maybe are undesirable. Well, while you have that at hand, the question will be, how is it a challenge, yet you can control it? Is it a societal problem, or Kenyans are just ignorant? Don't forget, you mentioned that the creators of this misinformation are we, you, I, and the rest of us. How is it not possible for you to control it, yet we have bodies?
When we were talking about no control being a challenge, before the Kenyan body gets a chance to regulate what you're posting, first Facebook has to regulate what goes in. So if Facebook or TikTok or Instagram deem it as not worthy, but the Kenyan government says it's okay, eventually the platform is the one that will determine if the post will go on or not. So that's the challenge I was talking about, that before our local regulations kick in, there's the greater regulations before that. So before they get the information, first of all, as I was saying, that before the Kenyan body regulates our posts, first of all, Facebook has already regulated them. Instagram has already gone through what you've posted before our local authorities managed to regulate it. That's the challenge I was talking about.
And in the same spirit with what he's saying, at times it is, yes, it is wrong according to our regulations, but Twitter won't see it as wrong. Yeah, so before it is even taken down, before your comment has been pulled down, it has already been seen. You see how we normally say the internet does not forget. Bora ilifika huko, once something goes out, it has gone out.
And I also want you people to know that X, Facebook, Instagram, they're all business. They didn't create so that they can protect you or anything like that. If anything, they like it when there's chaos on their platform, because that's the time when the trajectory, or like it's at the peak of it. And also talking about these bodies that you mentioned, sometimes I feel we create them to tick a box, but not really implementing. For example, NCIC. I'm yet to see any of the things that they are done, but that is on a personal point. Someone here wanted to make a comment, make it a tweet.
Mine was just to make something very clear on on the person who threw the shoes to the president. As a journalist who was present at the rally, and it was intentional. First, there was a first video that went viral on the first day, and there was a second video went viral on the second day, and then there was a third video which could confirm that it was intentional. So the person did not that just throwing the president, but the one who was behind blocked the camera and slapped it. So the court requested them to bring all the videos. So all of them, they were verified. So the person who shared the video, the first video, actually was just a local person who was just having a Facebook and shared it to someone who has a page of 800 followers. Immediately shared it, the person got around 2,000 followers. The second person who shared that video, who was having a second phone, which was Tecno Sparks 7, he shared it on the TikTok, and he had around 1,000 followers. And after that, immediately got more than 8,000 on that TikTok. Then the third video now, the person who had Samsung. Are you seeing? And that's how those things were. So the one that for the Migori, it was just intentional, and the person did, and all of them, they were forgiven. And that person who carried the shoe was given a phone, new phone, Samsung A14, and a Mania. And that's all about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please clap for group 1. Okay, now, but the last group, the regulators. Last but not least.
Good evening. Oh, it's past 4, so can you say good after 4? Mko salama? So we are going to look at, we are group 4. We are the regulators of the information and communication. Welcome.
Today we got to step in the big shoe of being the government. So we decided to be the Communications Authority of Kenya for today. We were discussing challenges, responsibilities, and making a code of conduct. Okay, so I'm not going to bore you with, I'll just jump right into it. So one of the challenges that we face is mistrust by consumers of the regulations that are set in place. Like, most Kenyans don't trust the government. That's something we know, right? Also, implementation and enforcement of the regulations. I think like not everyone who is online knows how to like access those regulations that are set in place, right? And then we have acceptance or awareness and civic education. Like, how do we implement those regulations to reach the people, to reach the ground, so that we can be sure that these people are getting what we want them to get. And then we have funding of the bodies, that the bodies now funding of the government. Looking at Kenya right now, corruption, those funds, they can be there, but do they reach the correct hands? Like, are they used properly? They come and they go into the pockets of a few people, and now we have no funds to use when implementing the regulations. Alafu, we have evaluation and protection of data. Now, when you have set the regulation in place, and then these people who, the people who you want to follow the regulations, and then you have to protect also their data. So you have to evaluate on how these people are going to use the information that you're presenting them with.
And then we have the stakeholders leading the agenda of regulations are biased. Mostly in Kenya, I think mostly those private and public stakeholders, the private are mostly biased. And then we have collaboration with multinational agencies. Mostly lack of coordination and responsibilities falls in the hands of global actors who are now, we don't, as Kenyans, we don't have that the tech like strong enough to foster the regulations. Now we have to like collaborate with outside agencies, and we don't have that right now. And then we have lack of digital literacy. Most people who are using the media, they don't have that literacy of knowing what rules and the regulations that are set in place. And then we have the responsibilities of us as the regulation people. We have to give the people civic education on the regulations that are set in place. We have to evaluate and monitor the regulation, like oversee the content shared and ensure it complies with the laws and legal application standards of the things shared on the media. And then we have protecting privacy. We should safeguard and ensure that the info or data that are online are protected and safeguarded. Somebody can't go online, take someone else's video and post it, like they said, you cut a section of what the president has said and you put it somewhere to mean something else, yeah? And then we have ensuring compliance, like establishing and enforcing with law the standards of the regulations and data privacy. And then we have enforcing penalties, like holding accountable the people who go against these code of conduct. Yeah, also Whistleblowing Protection Act, like after formulating the whole regulation and code of conduct, like you make sure like more people are engaging and it's inafika kwa ground. So my colleague here is going to take us through the code of conduct.
On matters code of conduct, we looked at some of these which I'm going to share. Number one, we say that the first code of conduct is never share what you've not verified. Any material that you've not verified, please do not share. And this has been seen in the recent past, where we've seen a video which went around in 2018, where a police officer was bungling a car, and that same video has been used in the recent days, and they're saying that the police are going around bungling out cars. So the National Police Service has come out saying that that video is from 2018 and not of the recent days. So please never share what you've not verified. Any material that is not verified, please do not share. Number two, do not fabricate any false information, because we know this can create uproar or tension. So that is another code of conduct. Number three, please do not declare interests, so that not to have a conflicting interest. So these are the people that are coming into the place of leadership in the place of the regulators. So we are supposed to declare interest so as not to have conflict of interest. Number three, there should be accountability to the perpetrators of the false information. There should be stiff penalties that are placed or that are put forward to those that are perpetrators. Five, the social media accounts should be verified, and the mainstream media should be verified by the agencies that have been put by the government, so as to see that they tick all the boxes, or they check out all the boxes that they are well, or they are accredited. That is the term. Number six, impartiality and objectivity should remain at the top when it comes to reporting and giving information. Lastly, reporting misconduct. So we should, there are systems that have been set for you to engage when there is a breach of this. So therefore, there should be reporting of any misconduct when it comes to this. My name is Marasime Emmanuel, and that has been my time.
I'm Helga Were.
Question or a comment, I would want to emphasize on the point they talked about digital literacy. Digital literacy goes beyond just knowing how to use your phone. It is the ability to effectively evaluate and critically the information that you see online. Additionally, the issue of how you can stay safe online, how can you can safeguard your information. So digital literacy is something that is really needed for this population. So anyone who has a question? Please make it a tweet. I can see people have already started getting tired.
My concern will be on your independence. We've seen so many times government agencies work because they've been instructed. They have instructions either from State House or somewhere else. For example, you remember when the BBC documentary was out, other media stations actually ran it, but Nation put up a statement that they have instructions from the authorities and all that. So as a regulator, how do you stamp authority to ensure that you are independent and you also maintain the freedom of the media that we enjoy today?
So as the regulators, as government, as long as the story is credible, it's been verified, and the government, to an extent, recognizes those journalists who publish the story, we will accept it to be aired on our stations. Simple.
I believe also as regulators, for the sake of independence, we would also bring forth an initiative for a GoFundMe, where the public would actually fund the organization to avoid any manipulation by private entities or government. Because when someone sends their 10 bob or 50 bob to an organization, it's very free and open that these people are funding this. So there's no one who will be able to pull the strings from behind for us to at least push someone's agenda. We'll push the public's agenda.
Any other question?
Also on that, my brother, I'll say when it comes to verification, we also have rights. So if we are infringing on your rights, you should also consider us. You might also be infringing on our rights too, as the government.
This is where you say, protect me, Mr. Speaker. Any question? Okay, then please clap for yourself for such an enlightening session. And I would want to say one thing I've noticed with the groups, you went out of your way to actually give very valuable information. And one thing that came out very clearly, one word, fact-checking, 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 please. Let's practice what we preach. Let's not preach water and drink wine. Because your generation is what we call digital natives. You are born with technology. Us millennials, we migrated. We are digital immigrants. So make sure that what we have discussed here is exactly what you guys are able to do. Additionally, take the information back to your peers, because not everyone can fit in this room. But the more information we share, the more people are able to know about it, especially those who have organization. This would be such very valuable information to share with your peers. So again, thank you so much. You can take a break, and Joshua will give us the next steps. I've been Cecilia Maundu. Please check out my podcast. It's called Digital Data Podcast. We discuss everything that we are discussing here today.
Can we clap for Okay, thank you. So as we wind up, I think this has been very good conversation. We will compile this report and share. But I think as we have 2 more sessions, they are not actually sessions, but just some, not even ceremonial, but just summary presentation of what we've discussed from morning, from Paul, and then Mercy, you'll do a vote of thanks. So mine is to encourage the fellows and the essay writers to get in touch. Amongst the others are civil society organizations who are independent. They are also members of CRECO. Get in touch with them. You come from various parts of our country. You could collaborate with them with different initiatives that you have in your mind, or anything that is relevant other than CRECO Secretariat. And we have also the universities here. I know some of you are out of the universities, but again, it's high time also to think about these initiatives, especially the community outreach programs that you did during the fellowship. And I know we are going to disseminate further on the essays. If the people reach out to you, whether they are media stations, amplify that information because we saw it worthy to be documented and also be put in university libraries as well as also our website so that we have as many readers as possible benefiting from what you put together. So I think at this juncture, allow me, we'll not go for a break. Let's just endure a little bit and have Masese do a summary in less than 3 minutes, and then I think Mercy in less than 2 minutes on a vote of thanks. And they also summarize the logistical part on how we are departing from here. So karibu sana, Paul.
Thank you, Joshua. All protocols observed. Okay, the people in government, all protocols observed. Once again, my name is Paul Masese. I serve at an organization called Center for Enhancing Democracy and Good Governance. We're based in Nakuru County, but we work in 11 counties, mainly across the Rift and northern Kenya. We are members of CRECO, and I must say that we are very, very proud of the good work that CRECO is doing. I think Mercy will ask that we clap for them. Now, it may not be possible for us to spend 3 minutes to summarize all the good conversations that have happened in this room. So I'm not going to summarize. I think what I will do is just to tell us what I think is important that we continue doing. And the session that has just ended really summarized it. We have a mix of stakeholders here. We have government, we have students, we have students and lecturers. So we have the universities, we have civil society, and we have media. We are the main actors and duty bearers when it comes to taking action against information disorder. So what duties then do we have to carry forward? So the way we have summarized this is that all of us in this room have got an obligation to lead with integrity. They are the words that were used here. You stop. The campaign is you stop. You reflect. Verify. That's very important. So we are being called upon to continue doing that so that then we drain the swamp, as it were. We promote digital hygiene. Government, I think from the PS and what we've heard colleagues here from government insisting, government exists for 3 reasons. Number 1 is to ensure that the rights of citizens are respected. Number 2 is to ensure that the rights of citizens are protected. And number 3 is to ensure that the rights of citizens are fulfilled. And when we talk about government, the ladies and gentlemen who serve in government also have got rights, isn't it? They also have rights as individuals. So that being the normative obligation of government, with regard to information disorder, government is being urged to continue investing in digital infrastructure to ensure we take proactive action against fake news. What Sister said in the morning, government to develop and implement an adaptive regulatory framework, fair implementation, because we have a framework now. We have some laws that we have problems with that are being abused. So that's why we are qualifying the implementation to be fair. Someone just asked a very profound question. How do we ensure the independence of the regulator? How do we ensure the independence of oversight bodies? And I think one way is to ensure adequate funding. Some groups said that, so that without finance independence, it becomes very difficult to ensure that the people do their job well. And perhaps you can link this to what is going on in Kenya today. Why we appear so muddled is because we are always thinking about our next meal, and therefore we don't have time for doing other critical things. Government to also conduct public awareness as a primary responsibility, although we have also suggested that this is a role civil society can undertake. So organizations like CRECO, we are saying we need to scale by way of deepening and or widening the capacity building initiatives, public education and advocacy on prevention and response to information disorder. I think it's now very clear that this is work we must continue doing them more, and we're enlisting the support of everyone in this room to ensure that the public clearly understands the risks of misinformation, disinformation, and everything else that we identified as being a threat to our democracy. To the academia, I think Marceno has indicated what they are doing by way of feedback, having been part of this process, and of course KISS University as well. What we are recommending to them as a way forward, the next step is to develop and execute a core course on media and information literacy. Daktari, that's what you said, eh? Media and information literacy. We discussed that a bit. So Daktari said if we talked about digital, I went to school when what appears to be similar to this was called communication skills. I don't know if they teach that course as well. It used to be a common course for all first years, where I used to learn about hanging things and real things. So that common core course is important for everyone. And then more importantly, universities should continue leading in generating new information. So the research work, which is the primary mandate of universities around this topic, and of course, devising new strategies to respond to the fluidity of technology. We did discuss a bit that technology develops very fast, yeah, and everything else you said this afternoon confirms that. So the university should lead in partnership with the private sector to promote innovations around the topic under review. Private sector, we are recommending that they need to support local innovators to scale homegrown solutions, develop and implement an accountability framework for prevention of information disorder. Joshua did mention that there in people they had invited, the people who have created these technologies, they should not put money first. They should put people first. So they have an obligation to prevent the threats that come with the innovations. Thank you so much. I would now wish to hand over to the next person.
Good evening. So mine will be very brief, 2 minutes as instructed. And I think we've had a good day, right? We can say we've learned something. We've all participated. Yes, so we are very grateful for all of you being here. And first, it's not by our doing that we are here, no. So we really thank God for being here and for taking care of us throughout the day, no. So I'll give the vote of thanks. I'll try to be as brief as possible. So I'll start with the Embassy of Finland. They've left, but we are really grateful to the Ambassador, Ambassador Tapiola, Miss Georgina, as well as Miss Vivi, just to mention a few who we've worked closely with during the implementation of this project. And even, I think it was mentioned that they are preparing for the coming of the President of Finland. So we are really grateful for them taking their time to come here and even talk to us. Yes. And then again, and I think it's important to mention, even besides their coming today, we are also grateful for their support. I think it shouldn't be taken for granted when people trust you with their resources. And they're not even from here, but for the benefit of the people, of the youth of Kenya. Sindo, we can give them a clap. Yes, thank you. We are also grateful for our government partners, and especially for today's event, we are grateful to the State Department of ICT and Digital Economy. Most especially the PS, Engineer John Tanui and his entire team. Also again for taking their time, besides their busy schedules. We also have, and they were present today, they had representatives present today. We had representatives from the Directorate of National Cohesion. We had Mr. Kefa. We also had a representative from MCK and the Office of Data Protection. So we are grateful to them as well for being part of us throughout the project and even today. Another very important group of people is the CRECO members and the board. Some of them are here. I don't know if CRECO members can just raise their hands. Mr. Babu, yes. Ali, Lydia, yes. Thank you so much. And even the board, represented by our vice chair who was here today. Thank you for the leadership and the guidance. To the main guests today, the DDF facilitators, represented by Professor Koki, I don't know, yes, thank you so much. And even in absentia, Mildred as well as Mwalimu Omoto, we are really grateful. They would have loved to be here. The fellows, can clap for yourselves. I think you're the majority here. Yes. We have the SE assessors, Babu, Lydia, and Victor in absentia, as well as the SE writers. Thank you so much. I think we need to clap for this person. I hope he's still here. Paul Kelemba, is he still here? Oh, he's just left. Can we still clap for him? So all the illustrations, I don't know if you took time to just pass through our gallery and just see the illustrations. I think they speak a lot. A photo is worth, is it a photo? That's worth 1,000 words. Yes, so you can imagine how many words we can get from those 12 images. So, and then also another key part of this project has been academia. And we've partnered with very many institutions for this. So Dr. Maina, Dr. Emojong, Dr. Eric, Kimi Bay, even Dr. Koki. Thank you so much for the collaboration. And we hope even in the next phase we'll be able to work together, and even for coming today and participating. And then also in this event, we also invited CBOs that we have partnered with. I don't know if they were able to speak, but they could raise their hands. Pamela, Emmanuel, yes. Asanteni sana. We also have our networks and people who are like our brothers and sisters in this sector, the CSOs. I think CFF left, John Owegi was here. We also had Ilog. She's still here? Yes, thank you. We also had Inukeni wa Kenya. I think Gadoni just left as well. Yes, so we are really grateful for taking your time and just holding our hands even in this. The civic space is not easy, Sindo. We need friends, Sindo. Yes, so we are really grateful for that. The media partners, we had Zubeida from KEG, and we also had a whole team from KUTV. Thank you so much. I think KUTV has been such a friend in this project, yeah? They've given us coverage, they've really been there for us. Asanteni sana. The moderators, I don't know if Donna is here. I think it was baptism by fire, but thank you, good job. Mosioka, Alan, and Cecilia. Cecilia, I'm so happy you spoke today because last time you were not able to. So thank you even for coming back again and for the facilitation. The people who gave remarks, the speakers from our Vice Chair, Sally, from Sister Michelle, as well as Zubeida, and the panelists as well. I think those sessions are very informative. Sindo? Yes, asanteni sana. The entertainment team, DJ Kelv, and your guys, thank you so much. Siwalibambisha, Sindo? Mkiboeka wana, Sindo? Thank you so much. I hope I have not forgotten anyone. I'm just left with 2 people. I'll start with the hotel. They're not here, but I think the room was good, the food was good, so there was security. Sorry? I'm coming there. So we're also thankful for the facility. And lastly, this is a bit selfish, but the Creco team, akimtupigia makofi. Sorry. So mostly the communications team. Mwanda has been standing the whole day. Thank you so much. The communications team, the procurement team, the finance team, the programs team, and the management, most importantly. Sindo? Asanteni sana. And maybe we'll finish by clapping for ourselves for just being patient and being here up to this point. Yes. Thank you. And so now, the small remark I was to make about your transport, we are working on it. You'll get it today. So those who want to travel back today, you'll have your transport reimbursement through your M-Pesas. But the ones who traveled from Nairobi and from outside Nairobi and still want to spend, you're still booked in for today. Sindo? Yes. Thank you so much, and God bless you all.
So I think we thank God by a closing prayer or what? I think that is the honorable thing to do. Any volunteer? Yes, karibu. Alan, wetungu. Yeah. Good. So as he winds up, we wish you safe journey mercies when you go back. Please remember us also when you have activities in your place. So karibu, our pastor.
Nimebatizwa leo. Sasa tusali. Thank you. Mungu Mwenyezi, Muumba wa mbingu na nchi, tunakushukuru kwa siku hii ambayo umetupa. Tumejadiliana, tumesemezana, tumejuana, na hii inatupeleka hatua nyingine ya kufanya kile ambacho ulituwekea kama msingi, kueneza ukweli licha ya changamoto ambazo tuko nazo katika dunia hii. Tafadhali tupe Roho yako takatifu ituongoze katika kufanya maamuzi ambayo yatatulinda sisi binafsi, nchi ya Kenya na dunia ya sasa ambayo tunaishi. Tumetoka sehemu mbalimbali kote nchini. Tunaomba uwe pamoja nasi tunapoendelea na shughuli zetu, tunaposafiri kuelekea tunakoelekea. Tuongoze kuwa dereva wetu. Tunasali kwamba tukutane katika makongamano mengine ili kuzidisha juhudi za kuweka ukweli mbele ya ulimwengu. Naomba haya kupitia njia ya mfalme wetu Yesu Kristu. Amen.
Excuse me, so those who came with the pool transport, I'm informed that the bus is already out here, so at least by 5, be out there. Asanteni. We also have some tea out here, you can enjoy.
Extra pressure, baby, when you wind and pause. You're killing the boy, of course. You're killing the boy, of course. You're killing the boy. Extra pressure, baby, when you wind and pause. You're killing the boy, of course. You're killing the boy, of course. You're killing the boy. I had to put my life on pause and follow you where you're going. And if I make you my business, I suffer no loss. Cause I'm in love and it's showing. No force, can't separate. Baby, no law, keep me away. I take you on tour. Pretty baby, I give you something to live for. My girl, extra pressure, baby, when you wind and pause. You're killing the boy, of course. You're killing the boy, of course. You're killing the boy. Extra pressure, baby, when you wind and pause. You're killing the boy, of course. You're killing the boy, of course. You're killing the boy. Bread and butter, rules when you wine every man takes tata. And as we wine, body moves like tata. Hello, hisia mingi ndani ya roho, jabera pari, bimondi lima pocho pocho, itina chiedni, chunya in maingodo, unge ngato maboma idhoda, aweyo nono, abebuka many time, kunene, ungise, ayo charite dhona, mama kongege tumbuta nyeune, ayo charite dhona, kunene, ungise, ayo charite dhona, mama kongege tumbuta nyeune, ayo charite dhona, nyaduse, nyaduse, bingeni mi amor, nyaduse, nyaduse, onge mapinigo, nyaduse, nyaduse, bingeni mi amor, nyaduse, nyaduse, onge mapinigo, nyako, nyadundo, nyaduse, nyadundo, nyadudu, nyako, nyadundo, nyaduse, nyadundo, nyadu, nyako, nyadundo, nyaduse, nyadundo, nyadudu, nyako, nyadundo, nyaduse, nyadundo, nyadu. Asemanya balango yora ero anloka, iriera chopo irwakagi era mugundo, weche nasano pogore tobe uneno na nyaru waria mama mia, Cinderella wangi potonge kabirwa, nyajomoko ine migolo dicho e chiro.
Mr. El Nino, the dancing DJ, DJ Calv 254.
Hisia mingi ndani ya roho, jabera pari, bimondi lima pocho pocho, itina chiedni, chunya in maingodo, unge ngato maboma idhoda, aweyo nono, abebuka many time, kunene, ungise, ayo charite dhona, mama kongege tumbuta nyeune, ayo charite dhona, kunene, ungise, ayo charite dhona, mama kongege tumbuta nyeune, ayo charite dhona, nyaduse,
Check.
if you need an envelope to carry your certificates, you can come here and pick one.
Hisia mingi ndani ya roho, jabera pari, bimondi lima pocho pocho.